疲劳1，疲劳2，2-1，3-1，4-1，5-1，6-1。 62、72、82、92、921、9211、9212、9213、9213、9。1啊，没有。3，没有那个。T 是什么？T 是直接瞬移吗？诶，好像。为什么现在等级就那么夸张啊？哦，我发现控制是有点会瞬，我发现会瞬移耶。新键盘有点不太熟悉，为什么要瞬移啊？我要抵抗。靠！为什么那么卡啊？我发现卡来，我是漂移，太扯了吧！ 走回来了。那先去解那个好了。
Good evening.
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
I have to...
Good evening, sir. You always knew the words to calm the children, Ellen. As for me, what a blunt.
Much energy for so little result.
A daily routine.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
I have made inquiries about the men who were tracking you, Miss Howcroft.
I did not expect a mortal to have this sort of courage. Speak, Doctor. Why are they hunting me down?
It was a misunderstanding. These hunters were in fact looking for a very different creature, but they mistakenly put their sights on you.
I knew it. I have become undone. Those hunters have discovered me, but they don't know what I'm capable of.
If you'll accept some advice from a petty mortal, I think you should assume a low profile and just quietly disappear into the shadows.
You are right. And you have served me well, mortal. Take this as a reward for your time. Perhaps I will allow you to drink deep of my blood. One day.
Thank you. I'll keep that proposition in mind. I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
Here again.
I have wasted too much energy for so little result.
真希望我可以直接瞬移啊，这样我就不用一直跑。
It's locked, all right. Good evening. Please show, of course.
这个吧，这个是我刚刚做那个需要的，对吧？我们确定一下。对对对，我这个不够。
Tomorrow, more bodies will arrive and then sadly depart.
Tomorrow,
应该是要从另一边，这边好像已经没路。对，这边，刚好顺便来看一下，差一个，这里刚刚是有一，真是哭啊，差一个。
this is despicable.
喂，怎么有2个人啊？哦，那是吸血鬼哦。哦，喂，这本来就是这是越来越难打哎。
Good evening, sir. It's me again.
Leave me alone, I say, whoever you are.
It cannot be safe for a blind man to live here alone. Let me enter, sir. I swear I mean you no harm.
Well, a voice never lies, and yours clearly is the voice of a gentleman. All right, Doctor, come on in. Tell me, how do you see the world these days?
It's locked.
What kind of gentleman pays visits to... So what is the name of my nocturnal visitor?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. As I already explained to you, I'm inquiring about the epidemic.
Dr. Reed? The eminent surgeon? My God, I'd never have expected a brilliant physician like you to knock on my door.
You flatter me, sir.
No, sir, I am flattered. I read all your work when I still had my sight. I loved it. I'm Mason Swanborough, by the way.
And what else have you learned about me, Mr. Swanborough?
I know you assisted Professor Carell in France, and that you invented a new blood transfusion method based on his work.
Yes. Those were frustrating but exciting days. I loved it.
Yes, the thrill of research and discovery. This is what drives people like us, Dr. Reed. Oh, how I envy you.
Does someone take care of you in this isolated place?
My sister Loretta and I have our daily routine. Every morning and evening she comes by so we can talk and eat. Then she leaves and I stay.
Do you not appreciate your sister's visits?
Loretta is the best and worst thing that happened to me, and I believe she could say the same thing about me.
Where does your sister go?
Well, let's just say, she earns enough money for us both.
What's so amusing about that?
I won't hide the truth from you. Loretta sells a fake miracle elixir to the sick people of Whitechapel.
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
I hear them hissing and scratching at my door every night. The sick made mad by the fever. But these walls are thick, and my lock is solid.
Do you know Braille, Mr. Swanborough?
I'm no expert, but I learned it in my spare time, yes. Why?
I found a strange document entitled Cure for Blindness. It's written in Braille, so I thought perhaps it was yours.
Really? Is that some kind of sick joke? Let me see.
Here it is.
This letter seems authentic. And it actually refers to an experimental cure for blindness. You have piqued my interest, Dr. Reed.
Could it be of any use to you?
No. This page is just a part of a larger diary. I'd be glad if you could find the other pages.
Goodbye, Mr. Swanborough.
Wandering in this part of town at night, you're either brave. What can I do for you, Doctor?
我已经有了吗？哎，是还没啊？啊，神经痛是你啊！
Goodbye, Mr.
没药啊！我也无法将我们替代给我。哦，我怎么？哦，先去这个好了。
People at this late hour.
哦。对，喂，太扯了吧！我已经体验到了。喂，我怎么从这里呀？ 喂喂喂喂喂！被霸凌啊！ 完嘞。太痛了吧！哭啊！太烦了吧！你哦，越后面越难打呢。诶，我这不是拿过了吗？
Are you all right, Miss Shun?
My name is Xiao Shun. This is the proper way to address someone in my country.
I do apologize, Xiao Shun. Are you all right?
Yes, I am. This is the only place where I can find some kind of serenity. Some way to remember my dear Matthew.
Are you on your own? Do you have any friends or family who you could be with?
I have family and friends, but I need to be here alone. One day maybe I'll go back to them, but not now. I need silence, and I need sadness.
I've seen many deaths in my life, and we all grieve in our own way. Some stay silent, or need to shout. Others need company, and some just can't stand it.
Thank you for your sincere words, Dr. Reed. I sense you trying to help me, even if I don't quite understand why.
Tell me how your husband died, Xiao Shun.
Matthew died of the Spanish flu, like so many others. It's a mundane cause of death these days, but for me it meant the end of the world.
At this time, there is so little medical science can do to defeat this terrible epidemic. I'm truly sorry.
The worst thing is not his death, even if it tears me apart. The worst is not to have seen it coming, to have lost him so quickly, even before realizing it.
Did he hide his condition from you?
Matthew was a smiling type, a happy sort. Everything that I am not. Did he laugh at his death to come, or did he not realize what was going to happen? I'll never know.
The Spanish flu may be the worst disease mankind has ever faced. Why are you blaming yourself?
You don't understand. I didn't know he was so sick. I didn't realize the gravity of his situation until it was too late.
As harsh as this sounds, we are all equally vulnerable to this awful disease. It can take the strongest man in just a couple of days.
I never said goodbye to Matthew. We never realized how bad it was. We laughed about it even. He always made me laugh. Now I don't have enough tears to shed.
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
My only relief is that my Matthew died before seeing the madness that approaches. I'm afraid we won't survive this trial, Dr. Reed.
You realize you can't stay here forever, don't you? Eventually, you'll have to leave the cemetery.
Why? Why should I go? Since this is the only place I can find peace of mind.
You're right. I believe silence has a curative effect for the pain we feel. I suppose it provides space for reflection.
You sound like you're no stranger to the pain I feel.
Let's just say, I too have a good reason to visit cemeteries at night.
Please accept my condolences for your loss then, Dr. Reed.
Are you a doctor yourself? Is this why you feel so guilty for not saving your sick husband?
No, I am not. But I still need to blame someone for Matthew's death. And who else, if not his wife, who did not see it coming?
I'm a physician, one of the best in the country. But I was unable to save my own sister, Mary. She died in my arms.
Why tell me this? Is it supposed to make me feel better?
She will rest in this cemetery forever. And I'll spend eternity hoping that she can forgive me.
May I ask what caused the death of your sister?
You could say she was also killed by a terrible disease. A disease I have sworn to fight and cure, no matter how long it takes.
Thank you for sharing that with me, Dr. Reed. Maybe it's time we start to rebuild our lives, you and I.
How do you feel? Physically speaking, I mean.
I don't feel good, Dr. Reed. Not at all.
You should recover quickly after taking this.
Thank you, Doctor.
You should go home now.
I think you're right. Cemeteries are for the dead, for they need silence too. Thank you for your honesty and your wisdom, Dr. Reed.
Thank you for your company, Xiaoshun. Take care on the way home.
Maybe I'll see you again in Whitechapel. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye for now.
So many new graves. Why do I still feel...
哎，妈的，我绕住了。但我记得不是这里。看一下啊，这里啊，这里。哭啊！不打不打不打！累。
demon! Kill it! Moron had me laughing at first. To think, bloody vampire.
Good evening, Mr.
Hello again, Doc.
Have you got any news about Sean Hampton's shelter?
As long as he keeps on helping the poor, I'll keep my boys at bay, even if he pisses them off.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
The bodies are piling up, but I'm not afraid. I'm still alive, and I intend to stay that way.
Can I offer you my medical help, Miss Cox?
Giving out for free? You'd make a poor businessman, Dr. Reed.
Perhaps I would. Please, take this. You'll feel better.
Thank you. But don't expect me to owe you anything.
Can I see...
As long as you have...
Someone's playing a right strange game.
You again. What do you want?
I know you're looking for an honest job, Booth. You're tired of this criminal life, aren't you?
It's just an idea. Edwina loves to run things so much. You can never really leave the gang. Wet boys for life, you know?
Have you heard anything about Sean Hampton's shelter?
That bastard's become something of a holy man these days. And someone should remind him who really rules the docks.
Are you worried about the conditions in London?
I've heard rumors about some sort of militia patrolling, killing the sick. The wet boot boys are overrun.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby. Evening, Rufus.
Evening, Mr. Reed.
Heard anything about Sean Hampton's shelter lately?
Well, I heard that Mr. Hampton has been very sick, but now he's better.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation?
I never really felt safe in this town anyway. Now's the first time that everyone seems to feel the same way as me.
Is anything worrying you right now?
Gunshots. I hear them every night. Who's firing? Who are they shooting at? That's what's scary.
Do you need help?
A real doctor caring about me. That's a first. I feel like a real person.
A real doctor treats everyone the same, Rufus.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So long, Rufus. Good evening, Mrs.
Of course. I can't remember the last time I had a good... What can I do?
Do you have any news about Sean Hampton's shelter?
I just heard the sad saint keeps on helping the sick and poor. God bless his soul.
Aren't you worried about the conditions around here?
Hate everywhere. The city will not sink because of this flu. It's the violence that will finish us all.
Mrs. Fishburne, are you in need of any medical assistance?
I am afraid I am, Doctor. I don't feel well at all.
Then let me give you a prescription.
I thank you for your generosity, sir. It's something this part of town truly needs.
Goodbye, Miss Fishburne. Take care of yourself.
我看，全部开好一点，会不会比较不卡？因为感觉好像是因为这样，这样好像就比较没那么卡吧？其实我不知道，其实好像更卡。
Good evening, Mr. Woodbeat.
Good evening.
Do you have any recent news on Sean Hampton's shelter?
The man is still here. He's trying to help others despite the terrible things he endured. I'm impressed.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
I never thought I'd live to see the last days of London. Just another thing I was wrong about, I suppose.
Do you need my medical attention, sir?
Unfortunately, yes. The spirit is willing, but the flesh, well, you know.
Nobody is immune to disease. There's no need to be ashamed of that.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Now maybe I'll live another day or two.
Goodbye.
先去。
Pleasure, sir. Been a while since we've seen any new faces round here.
You still work?
Tell me, Sabrina, Do you really believe Tom has renounced his life of crime?
He proves it to me every day he tells the truth. Tom Watts is a good man. One of the best.
And you don't think he might fall back into his sordid ways?
We can all do terrible things, Dr. Reed. And we never know what we're really capable of until it's too late.
Have you heard anything about Sean Hampton's shelter?
I was told he caught a deadly disease, but survived against all odds. Maybe he really is touched by grace.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation?
Of course I am. Everywhere's deserted, houses, streets all empty. People buying guns. We hear them go off every night. It's bloody frightening.
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
Offered a drink to the boy. Be he cursed or not, he's just another lost orphan.
Welcome back, Doctor.
Have you got any recent news on Sean Hampton's shelter?
It's still there, just like the turquoise turtle. That means there is still hope, somehow.
Are you concerned about the sanitary situation?
It may surprise you, but I'm not. I've heard about the men-at-arms and the fights between gangs at night, but that's nothing new.
I wish I shared your optimism.
It's not optimism. Gangs have been fighting in this part of town since before I was born. This war will stop when enough blood has been spilled.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming to them.
Foolish girl and her pretty principles. She's got no idea.
Oh, it's me to know you can't. Perhaps we should have listened to what the idiot had to say.
More Braille. I should bring this to Mason Swanborough. Good evening, Mr. Throg.
Dr. Reed.
Goodbye. Good evening.
Dr. Reed.
Have you heard any rumors regarding Sean Hampton's shelter?
The sad saint will always be a target for vampires, but I'm keeping an eye out.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
It seems the Guard of Priwen has declared war on vampires. I'm not sure if that's a good thing, though.
Really? I thought you'd be thrilled by this news.
The Guard can be reckless. They rush into a fight without thinking. The citizens of London should not be the collateral victims.
Do you need my medical attention, sir?
Actually, I may. In my line of work, I have to stop at any sign of infection.
Treating a vampire hunter's wounds is certainly a first for me. I'm happy to help you, of course.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Your support means a lot.
Goodbye, and good... Good evening, sir.
I am not safe.
You're much safer here than in that contaminated area.
Bullets kill people quicker than diseases and epidemics, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about this?
The East End Docs only knows one rule. Dog eat dog, and blood calls for blood. The gang will have their revenge on me one way or another.
What can you tell me about the locals?
Most people would say that Sean Hampton and Tom Watts are good men who try to sort things out. But for me, the real boss around there was my best friend, Jack Gillingham.
Jack Gillingham, you say?
Everyone round there knew Jack. He was a rock. A mountain even. He feared nothing.
Your friend Jack has something to do with you fleeing to the contaminated area where I found you. I want to know more.
Jack is dead. That's all you need to know. Dead because of me. So much violence. So much sorrow. All of that because I refuse to be insulted again.
The docks are being consumed by violence. Any war you may have started was already brewing underneath the surface, just waiting for a spark to ignite it.
Perhaps you're right. The district was doomed before I was born. But I cannot stop myself thinking that Jack died for me.
Why do you say that?
After I killed that gang member, the Wet Boot Boy suspected Jack. And being loyal and all, he did not refute the accusation.
The death of your friend has affected you deeply, hasn't it?
Jack Gillingham was the real deal. He believed we could change the world if we were united and focused enough. And he brought out the best in each of us.
You're right. He died to save you. That alone gives me an idea of the kind of man he was.
He was the bravest. And no one dares to say openly that he got killed by those bastards.
Your friend's plan was audacious, if not reckless. No one stands up by themselves to a gang like the Wet Boot Boys.
How dare you say that? You never met him.
You are not going to spend the rest of your life hiding, Rodney. What are you planning to do?
Honestly, I have no idea. How am I supposed to live while so many have suffered because of me?
Only you can answer that question. But one thing is certain. Since you owe Jack your life, I think it's fair to live it in a way that would make him proud.
That's the kind of thing Jack could have said, Dr. Reed. Thank you for that. I believe you're a good guy too.
Do you have recent news of Sean Hampton's shelter?
I heard he kept on helping people. But I tried to stay away from his shelter. I don't feel safe there.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
Not really. I've spent so many days hiding to escape retaliation from the Wet Boot Boys. Now that there's so much chaos, they might forget about me.
Goodbye, Mr. Grader. Take care. Good evening, young man.
There's no need to call me that, Dr. Reed.
Have you heard anything recently concerning Sean Hampton's shelter?
He keeps investing time helping the poor and sick. Good for him. And for them.
Are you feeling worried about the sanitary situation in London?
This city is falling apart. The disease kills so many people. No one cares about anything or anyone anymore but themselves.
Young man, do you require medical attention?
I don't like asking for help. But I don't want to be one of those poor sods dying in the streets.
There's no shame in asking for help, especially when you are in desperate need of it. Here, take this. You should recover in no time.
Thank you, I suppose.
Show me what you have to watch. Good evening, Miss Gillingham. May I come in?
Of course, of course. Sir?
Tell me, Enid, why do you feel guilty about your son?
I know I'm a burden to my Jack. I know my mind and my thoughts are drifting away. I'm so sorry. I can't help it.
This is not your doing, Miss Gillingham. You do not have to apologize for your condition.
Of course I don't, Doctor. I've done nothing wrong, I swear it. What exactly are we talking about here?
Miss Gillingham, why did you give Martin Nightingale the watch I returned to you?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I suppose I thought he needed a watch more than I did. I have no reason to really keep track of time anymore.
Why don't you need to keep track of time?
I've spent my entire life marching to the tick of clocks and the ringing of bells. At my age, it's nice to finally be rid of those burdens. On my time.
But it was your son's watch, Miss Gillingham.
It was, wasn't it? I'm relieved you found it. Besides, it's more useful to him anyway.
Have you heard anything recently concerning Sean Hampton's shelter?
I've never heard that name before, I'm afraid.
Are you worried about the sanitation crisis in London?
Too much noise, too much shouting. It keeps me up. Is it really gunfire I'm hearing?
Goodbye, Miss Gillingham.
I know I've got something that'll strike your fancy. If not... I'll find it.
Glad to...
Do you have recent news of Sean Hampton's shelter? Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
There are rumors of infected people turned mad by the fever and roaming the streets, attacking everyone they see. Is it true?
As long as you stay away from the streets, you should be all right.
I hope you're right, Dr. Reed. We feel kind of left alone around here.
Do you need my medical attention, Miss Paxton?
I can keep going, Dr. Reed.
Of course you can, Miss Paxton. But I wouldn't recommend it. Please, take this. You will feel better.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Thank you. Really.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Welcome back to my humble...
No, Sean. I just came by to see how you are.
I feel all right. Why'd you ask?
Are you still feeding on corpses?
No. It's almost as though the blood you forced me to drink has provided me eternal satisfaction.
How is the sanitary situation in this part of town?
I think it's acceptable. Fewer cases of sickness recently. I thank the Lord for his mercy.
How are things in your shelter? Between the mortals and the immortals, I mean.
Even if we're all children of God, I've always maintained a strict frontier between the two communities.
What do you fear?
A few years ago, a Skal decided to pay a nocturnal visit to my sleeping customers. He got caught licking their necks in the dark. Since then, I have added a lock to the door.
What if food became scarce? Wouldn't the immortals in your flock be tempted to feed on the living? Wouldn't you?
The Skals can feed on the dead, Doctor. And until Judgment Day, mortals will continue dying.
How did you meet old Bridget?
When younger, I used to patrol the streets at night, searching for lost souls. This is how I met her. It took me 2 months just to get her name. Now we support each other.
Had you already visited their hideout in the sewers?
Just once, and very briefly. Most of them are very discreet, and they see me as an outsider, even if I protect them.
You really are a saint, Sean.
Oh, no, sir, I'm not. But I know evil, and I believe goodwill and tenacity can make this world a better place.
Would you let me listen to your chest, Sean?
No, Dr. Reed. You already forced me to drink your blood, and I thank you for that, for I feel better now. But it was quite an unpleasant experience.
It would help me greatly if you would allow me to give you a physical examination.
I said no. I'm no subject of medical examination, and I intend only to obey and to kneel before God.
Have you seen Harriet Jones since taking her to old Bridget?
No. She is with the sewer Skals now. I don't go downstairs.
What happened at the Pembroke?
I guess we recognized each other. As Skals, I mean. She had but one thought. To punish. To get revenge upon everything and everyone. I realized I had to bring her here quickly.
But why did she fake her own death? There was so much blood in her room. She attacked patients, too.
I just lost her for a minute that night. When I found her, she had caused mayhem across the hospital. I slapped some sense into her, and we fled before getting caught.
What happened then?
We ran here through narrow streets and backyards. She kept saying that someone was talking to her in the dark, offering to avenge her. But I saw nobody.
Farewell, Sean. Take good care of your flock, and of yourself.
What have we here? You again? What do you...
Do you have recent news of Sean Hampton's shelter?
The place is all right, I suppose. The sad saint is still the same. Except for that awful skin disease he recently got.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
Chaos is rising, Dr. Reed. This city is about to crumble.
You almost sound happy.
This world needs to die, Dr. Reed. And from the ashes, a new one will emerge. With more equity and freedom.
Well, I'll...
Your kind's not here. do.
You must prepare, child, for the earth is bleeding and the harvest is upon us.
Stay away, whoever you are.
This is no time for petty quarrels, my champion. Can you not hear? The famished queen has awoken.
I am not your champion.
But of course you are, son. As surely as you are the blood of my blood.
I had to kill Mary.
I have known your pain, child. Do not succumb to...
Silence! I dismiss you, now!
The land calls for a champion. All and everyone needs you.
Silence!
Tired of all these puppet shows.
It's locked, all right.
Steady, boys! We've got one of them! Leech spotted! Watch out! Trust the leech, boys! They want war. I'll show them war.
Whatever this poor woman did, nobody deserves this kind of punishment.
Ah!
太扯了吧！
So this is where she lives. What a splendid house.
Dr. Reed, welcome. How are you?
As good as one can be, considering the circumstances.
Death and affliction seem prevailing themes of late. Please, come in. We have much to discuss.
I hope I haven't disturbed you.
Not at all. Actually, I was counting on you visiting me tonight.
How strange, this painting. Beautiful, melancholic, yet with a haunting dignity.
Indeed. A long time ago, a friend asked me to paint this for him. But I kept it in the end.
I did not know you were a painter, my lady.
There are many things you do not know about me, young Ekon.
Please, call me Jonathan.
Please excuse my behavior, Jonathan. I tend to tease my friends when uneasy.
What is bothering you, my lady? Your letter was quite alarming.
We will talk about this in a few minutes. For now, I would like you to tell me about yourself. How have you been since we last met, my friend?
My sister Mary. She was made a vampire in the same way I was. She was the one killing all those people everywhere I went.
Vengeance is a powerful force for those betrayed. Made vampire through careless error. Victims by surprise.
I swear I did not intend that. If only I had known then how vampires are created.
That is the scientist speaking. In truth, most of us do not know how it really works. Personally, I make sure my prey will not return to haunt me.
What do you mean?
I am merciless, Jonathan. I only only feed on the dying, and I make sure they are dead before leaving their remains.
In the end, she implored me to put an end to her misery. But still, I felt I had taken her life twice.
I am so sorry for my accidental cruelty. Had I known your dear Mary was still alive, I would never have sent you to pray for her soul in that church.
There is no need to apologize, my lady. Your words have been most helpful in these difficult times.
Thank you, my friend. If only we could have guided your poor sister through her terrible nightmare.
I came to the conclusion that my maker, whoever he might be, must be a powerful vampire. Certainly extremely old.
How have you reached this conclusion?
He is the only immortal I've seen appear in an ethereal form. His voice, his words seemed ancient. It was disturbing.
I am afraid you are right. The simple fact that your blood made Mary such a strong Ekon proves that you must be of ancient lineage.
I felt this power radiating like an aura every time he appeared.
Most ancestral vampires of England were killed by the Guard of Priwen half a century ago. I wonder who your maker could be.
You have no idea who he could be?
Some of the ancient ones fled England. Some may still be in hiding. All I know is you, my friend, are a pawn in some secret and obscure game of chess.
I think I should ask the questions, your ladyship. After all, it was you who invited me to settle this most urgent of matters.
Fair enough, Jonathan. The situation is critical. We do not have the luxury for etiquette.
Please do not misunderstand me. I would be delighted to discuss mundane matters and idle trivialities.
If we survive the dark nights to come, we shall have all the time in the world to speak, you and I. For now, please follow me, Jonathan.
I must say, your house is exquisite.
One of the advantages of living forever is having the time to be selective with one's furnishings. I took the liberty of having tea served.
You can still drink tea.
Can't keep it down, but I do so enjoy the aroma. Let us toast to make-believe. And of course, to your health, Jonathan.
And to yours, my lady.
Please, call me Elizabeth.
So, my lady, why truly did you invite me here?
I've been asked to deliver an official invitation to meet the Ascalon Club.
Who are they? Really?
They are the embodiment of vampire law in Britain. Some say they influence the destiny of the Empire. Some believe they merely protect it.
How many are they?
Only a small number of powerful and deceitful immortals. All of them entangled in a sticky web of shadow cabinets, influencing trade.
Will they fight the Guard of Priwen?
I doubt it. Fergal was Lord Redgrave's executioner forever and a day. By defeating that beast, you deprived them of a powerful weapon.
Why use you to contact me?
Because they know we are close. The Ascalon Club has many spies. Their main occupation is gathering information and then deciding how to use it.
Have they threatened you in any way?
Not at all. Their message surprised me at first. But it is only logical, considering the critical situation in London.
Why not ask for your help? Since you are obviously a powerful and influential immortal yourself.
You have to understand that I am invisible to the eyes of Ascalon, for I am a woman. That suits me well, as long as they leave me alone.
Should I trust them?
Of course not. Do not misunderstand me. They can be very useful, but I believe their long-term goals differ from yours.
Why meet them then?
Because nothing truly important can be achieved in this city without their consent. They could be powerful allies in this current situation.
Should I lie to them?
We all lie, Jonathan. It falls to you to choose your behavior. The most important rule is to show them due respect.
They have done nothing but impede my investigation since I became known to them. Why would they want to see me now?
I guess they now see you as Ascalon material. They must have found out what happened to your sister. Proof of the potent blood flowing through your veins.
I'm not sure I can accept their invitation. I have seen their handiwork. How Fergal the Beast imposed the club's law.
You have no choice, Jonathan. Even I would not openly defy Lord Redgrave, the chairman of the Ascalon Club.
What can you tell me about Lord Redgrave? Who is he?
Lord Redgrave is the founder and chairman of the Ascalon Club. Most mortals know him as the Earl of Bristol. He is rich and extremely influential.
Have you met him?
Only on rare occasions, for he never goes outside the club. And women are not awarded membership, even immortals.
How old is he? How long has he been a vampire?
Lord Redgrave claims to be the progeny of William Marshall, the most valiant knight who ever lived. If that is true, he could be very old.
How powerful is his reach?
The Ascalon Club may be the most influential secret society in England. Not all its members are immortals, but they are all very powerful.
They are not all immortals. How is that?
The club is mainly comprised of political figures who seek the safety and expansion of the Empire. The most loyal are awarded immortality.
Any familiar or famous names?
As the richest, most relentless British tycoon, Aloysius Dawson is considered ideal Ascalon material and has been watched for years.
If you are convinced I must meet him, I will heed your advice.
Thank you, Jonathan. I understand your reluctance to brush shoulders with London's vampire elite, but we have no choice.
Is the situation that critical?
Yes. The Guard of Prewen has called for a second great hunt of our kind, and they will stop at nothing to eliminate us.
Will the Guard of Prewen and the Ascalon Club fight each other?
I doubt it. If Prewen really launched a great hunt, I think most of the Ekons I know would flee the country to escape the bloodbath.
I think I saw them kill an Ekon on the way to your house. They seem to have a list with names.
To launch another great hunt, they must have collected intelligence on vampire identities and whereabouts. They are a resourceful lot.
Should we fight back? I will not be hunted down like an animal again.
I admire your courage, Jonathan. But the best way to fight them is to put an end to the epidemic. This is the only way to clear the air.
What is a great hunt?
The first great hunt was launched about 75 years ago. In just a few nights, the Guard of Prewen located and destroyed most of the old British vampires.
Why start a second one?
Prewen has always seen us immortals as a threat to mankind. My guess is they suspect one or more of us is the cause of the epidemic.
How did you survive the first hunt?
I fled, Jonathan. Like most vampires who survived that slaughter. And I secretly came back when I was sure they had lost my trail.
You should flee then. Leave London, the country even. I have seen the Guard in action. They are merciless.
Your concern warms my heart, Jonathan. But fear not. If the situation gets too dangerous, I shall retreat to my secret Scottish manor. I could hide you in my luggage, if you wish.
Thank you for the offer. I shall keep it in mind, but I have much to do here. There is a question I must ask you. Could Lord Redgrave be my maker?
I doubt it. If Lord Redgrave had made you his progeny, he would not have seemed so surprised when you demonstrated the strength of your lineage.
What is the plan?
The plan is we both try to save this city, you and I. Go to Ascalon, accept their proposition, and use their influence to promote your agenda.
How can I save London?
The epidemic is the priority. You must find its origin and put an end to it. This is the best way to solve the crisis.
What will you do?
I still have contacts and old friends in this town. I shall make some inquiries and attempt to learn more of the situation. We need clarity.
Will I ever discover the identity of my maker?
Maybe not, Jonathan. We know for sure you were made by a powerful vampire, but most of those fled England long ago.
Please forgive my bluntness, but I have to ask. Was it you? Did you make me?
Oh, Jonathan. I know you shall always have a gnawing doubt about who made you an immortal, but I swear, I had nothing to do with it.
You have no idea at all? You seem to know so many things about the secrets of the vampire underworld.
Even if I had my suspicions, I would not dare give you a name so soon. All I can say is this. I will make inquiries and keep you informed.
One day soon, I will have to find the answer to this mystery.
And I shall help you in your research, I promise. For now, you must go to the Ascalon Club and play their game.
Will I see you again at the Pembroke Hospital?
No. You will find me here if you need me. I shall conduct inquiries alone, and we can then share our discoveries.
Will you not visit Pembroke again?
No. I must remain discreet and avoid attracting attention to Pembroke Hospital for the time being.
But how will you sustain yourself?
I shall not, Jonathan. Fear not. I'm used to it.
When will we meet again?
As soon as you meet Lord Redgrave, I suppose. Fear not, my dear. I shall only be a heart's beat away.
I want to thank you for all your support and your help, my lady.
Could you do me a last great favor and call me Elizabeth?
I should be honored, my lady.
Then it is settled. Finally, some good news in these dark hours.
Thank you. I appreciate the advice. I had best prepare myself to meet this Lord Redgrave now.
How thrilling to meet the Earl of Bristol in the flesh, so to speak.
Something tells me you're not very keen on the man.
Don't get me wrong. The gentlemen of the Ascalon Club are honorable, but their attitude and opinions are somewhat antiquated.
I see.
As long as they deny access to female applicants, I will leave them to their antediluvian considerations as to the natural order of things. Jonathan, promise me you'll be careful.
Of course. But why the fear in your voice?
Look at me, Jonathan.
I am.
I mean, really look at me, young Ekon. We may be deceptive by nature, but this heart of mine has always told the truth.
Oh. Elizabeth.
Go, my friend. But come back to me soon.
So, time to visit the Ascalon Club. It's locked. It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Hello again, Jonathan. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?
Sorry to disturb you again, but could you spare me a few minutes?
Of course, my dear. Always a pleasure to speak with you.
Concerning your investigation.
Yes?
Are you truly seeking to identify my maker?
I cannot promise you anything, but yes. I am conducting some research of my own.
Do you know if the epidemic has affected many people in the West End?
I confess I've been more concerned by events in the East End. The wealthy have more efficient ways of dealing with infection.
But this is no common epidemic.
That is true. I must tell my daughter to stay at home for a few days. But the girl is stubborn and fiercely independent. Much like her mother.
Do you think we shall ever see better days? Or at least better nights?
I know not, Jonathan. I have seen some horrid days in my long lifetime. Experience has taught me that one cannot outrun the fates.
When all of this is over, the war and the epidemic, we could leave the city for a while. Travel around Europe, you and I.
Traveling is always so complicated for us poor creatures of the night. But yes, I would be glad to travel the world with you, my dear.
Will you tell me your story one day, Lady Asprey?
One of them, perhaps. I have had so many lives, Jonathan. Eternity may not be enough to relate them all.
Goodbye, Elizabeth.
嗯，应该快结束了啦。现在已经在最后一章，不是最后一章了，最后一个范围的地区。现在已经在伦敦西区了，其他地方基本上都已经差不多了。怎么又有新的对话啊？先去处理。因为我发现它好像过剧情之后，怪物会变得很难，变得很硬，所以我会觉得就有点麻烦。看，现在像这个都已经算越级在打怪了。有时候要靠一下，因为人类跟吸血鬼会打架，所以我觉得有时候需要靠。你知道这越级打怪超难的，我觉得人类比较好打，吸血鬼技能太多，所以遇到那种都要先让人类去打吸血鬼，不然很难搞。不是很麻烦。像这种他们连吸血鬼都打不赢。 这时候就要快一点。呼，呼，好险！哎，靠腰。其实没有呢，我觉得吸血鬼其实还蛮强的，只是，我觉得我在想应该是困难，我在玩困难模式啊，所以才比较那么难打。而且我没有那个杀人啊，因为我有跟你讲过嘛，这游戏如果你选择杀人的话，经验值会拿比较多啊。但是它有2种成就啊，第一个是不杀人，一个是要杀人啊，所以我就选择不杀人啊。你看他们这些人都有经验值啊，这种随便吃一吃，像这种4000的吸，我很多技能都可以点的。那但是就是因为我没有选择要杀人啊！我不知道那是什么欸。它可以切换武器，我就觉得要不要？为什么不能装备？它是双手是不是？算了，双手就不能用。哦，这里有写了，装备双手武器。它是双手武器。不是啦，我看到了，我看到了，是我这个拿的是双手武器，单手近战双手，这样的话应该就可以了。OK， 我先。为什么越走越远？我觉得这游戏优化没有很好，像我这台笔电啊，效能已经很好了，但是还是稍微会有点卡的。我刚刚才发现，我真的会卡到一个lag的状况，就是这个，它有一个是那个视角的视野距离。我那时候选极高，就是我可以看到超远的啊！我想说，就我一直调这里的东西，就我一直不知道到底是什么东西吃效能，就是这个，我根本不用看这么远。我把这个调低之后，我就没有再lag了，我只觉得很卡而已。这样算是2败俱伤吗？不是哦，是这个游戏的优化没有很好哦。这款游戏我都已经拿这么好的电脑了，跑这个电脑看起来也没有到3A 等级啊。27哦，干，真是很越欸。我现在是感觉好像现在感觉好像我不升级就，哦，原来这里是这里啊。那有些区域是没办法直接越过去的，像这种啊，有人生病，我还要去帮忙一下。这个人生病了。
Good evening.
Loretta, your miraculous formula wouldn't even cure a common cold, and you know it.
The Swanborough's cordial secret ingredient
卖假药啊！
and it's something people around here
在医生面前卖假药。
And has benefit. But in your case, you could be murdering your customers who may die because they are not receiving the necessary medical attention.
Medical attention in Whitechapel. Trust me, my cordial is the best option they have, since it is the only one.
Well, as it is a placebo of sorts, perhaps it may have some positive effect.
See? You have to admit I'm doing some good. The Swanborough family is not poisoning anybody, Doctor.
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
When people buy guns instead of medication, it means they have already traded hope for fear in their hearts. In my book, that's never a good thing, Doctor.
You look ill, Miss Swanborough. I wonder if your concoction will do the trick.
I have no doubt it will. But I'm not against a second opinion, Dr. Reed.
Well, there you have it. Take this remedy, but be discreet. It may damage your business otherwise.
Thank you.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
看一下哦，鸦片、麦角胺、高锰酸钾、可待因、次氯酸钠、溶液、90酸，这个我是不是都还蛮多的、啊？看一下啊、哦，我有缺吗？这个30个，鸦片36个，可待因、麦角胺、次这个不用。 那个已经完全够多了，90酸牙铁这也蛮多的，那其实根本都不需要啊。那你卖的东西我都不需要，算了。啊，再来看看这里还有，再来是换你啦。要赶快把对话对一对啊。还有什么对话？哇，好讨厌这种游戏哦。 我要睡哦，你没有话想讲是吧？其他人是哦，这里还有一个，你感冒啦，先生。
Mr.
Evening.
Have you heard anything about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
Not really.
Why am I not convinced?
Maybe it's because you lack faith. Being a skeptic must be useful for a man of science.
A man such as yourself, knee-deep in the muck of Whitechapel, must know more. Speak now.
Yeah, thanks to Nurse Crane's dedication, these foreigners keep coming to Whitechapel, and my lodgings welcome all.
So business is booming.
More than ever. Hope Nurse Crane's dispensary does nothing but flourish. More money in my pocket in the end.
How are conditions in Whitechapel at present?
The way this sickness is spreading, I don't think there'll be enough new bloods to replace those tenants I'm losing from this bloody thing.
Since I took an oath to help people...
Well, seen better days, that's for sure. But it was bound.
Infecting you...
What?
Goodbye, Mr.
这种已经对过话的，我就不会再继续，跟他讲话了，就不会继续再听他了。看一下哦，这边应该就出去了吧？应该要再往前应该才是有人。我发现它的范围好像都局限于这一个地方。哎呦，你两个都生病了。
You never... How are the current conditions in Whitechapel?
When there's more people outside at night than during the day, then you've got to start to worry.
看我幸好你讲话蛮快的。这个我需要。我卖一些东西啊，那种超过100个的都卖一卖。这个卖一卖，它不能压着哎，这都什么年代了，还要用一个一个按。你还有玩过这种还要一个一个自己按的吗？ 看我单身24年的手速。OK， 这个哦，这个先不要卖啊，反正先能买就好了。啊，这个我需要，这个我一直缺这个。OK， 你感冒啊？忘记帮你了。
Do you need help?
To be honest, I prefer you.
I don't quite agree, but I won't argue with you. Please take this. You'll feel better.
Really? Free? Don't take it personally, but charity usually comes at a price. Human nature being what it is.
Goodbye.
还有一个，虽然我不是买金，虽然我不是，但是你还玩小黄油。
What do you want this time?
拜托，小黄油是能播的吗？玩一玩我可能就不见了。
How is the sanitary situation in Whitechapel?
I'm not easily scared, but crazy killers and armed patrols are lurking about. My son's right about this place.
Can I offer you my medical expertise, Mr. Peterson?
Keep your medicines for others.
There is a thin line between pride and stupidity.
这游戏很烦欸，这游戏睡觉怪物就重置，然后生病又会再复发，就是你在这边救的人啊，可是你不睡觉，你又不能点技能，麻烦。啊，接下来这个，这个已经，看一下哦，这里还有谁生病？还有2个神父跟梅森，神父在这，最后2个了。
Good evening, Mr.
It's Father Whitton.
Tell me the reason why you despise Joseph Larrabee so much, Tobias.
A faithless shepherd is the worst criminal, for he leads his flock to the abyss by disregarding the right path. God smote this man, for he doubted.
I only met him briefly, but he seemed a dedicated man who tried to provide guidance.
Do you not believe in punishment, my son? I am not talking about the law.
我6点半玩的，7点半、8点半、9点半、10点半、11点半、12点半。我今天可以玩。我相信科学，可是这时候选这种东西，通常都会，他已经没话讲了，对不对？那我就选择我自己想讲的。因为有些选项，如果你去跟他对抗的话，他会不给你线索。可是这个人已经线索结束了，所以我就自己讲我自己要讲。
The final battle where every soul will be weighed. I'm afraid yours will burn for a long time.
拜托啊！
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
Don't you hear the trumpets? The apocalypse is upon us, Dr. Reed. The final battle.
Don't you fear getting sick yourself?
Faith gives me...
No doubt your faith will prevail, but let me give you some extra protection against the devil's work. Medicine.
Blessed be your generosity, my son.
I have had...
啊，还有一个在哪里啊？我来先讲一下啊，先讲话。
Good evening.
Change.
How are the conditions in Whitechapel these days?
When I think about all the people who died trying to reach England, it seems we escaped a war just to die on foreign shores, hated by all.
Goodbye.
等一下哦。还有一个在哪里啊？ 这里已经出去了。还有一个人呢。啊，我知道他在哪里啊！靠呀！
How are conditions in Whitechapel at the moment?
I always thought it was my role to reveal what really happens in these forgotten parts of London.
And you're not sure anymore?
Emptied coffins, cannibalism, walking dead. I'm trying to report the truth about what's going on, but no one believes it anymore.
Goodbye, Mr. Duff.
在哪里嘞？哎，也不是这一位，也不是这一位啊，两个都问好。
Hello again.
这个哑巴都不会讲话。
Hello, Camellia. How are you, partner? Come on, girl. Smile. Don't you know Dorothy and I have an agreement? We're on the same side. No? All right then, as you wish. Very well.
An angel made flesh.
哦，你会漂移。
And good evening. How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
I imagine we are all part of some nightmare without beginning nor ending. If only the dreamer could awake.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
那就不要出门啊！你是在桃园啊？我有你是桃园人，我没留，我忘记了。这里已经出来了啊！你们那边还没有那个吗？所以你的课变成在家上课吗？远距教学。目前还没，差不多了啦，差不多了。还有一个人到底在哪里呀？白教堂，这个是梅森，这个人是，我怎么对他没什么印象？梅森，这个人在哪啊？我对这个人没印象。好像不是这。奇怪嘞。干，好麻烦啊！算了，我觉得我应该点技能了，不然怎么感觉好像后面的怪物越来越靠背啊？我已经好像渐渐的不太能承受他们的伤害了。我虽然不是很想点啊，但好像逼不得已一定要点。先看一下啊。这个我刚升级过了，这个还差6个。这个，这个可以哦，升级。晕眩，这个也要6个，然后，好啦，睡一下哦，不然我觉得这游戏好像不是那种你可以不点技能打到底的。他们说这个建议要点，他妈的，这个我1900、3900，我没办法点到这里啊！而且我看起来我不是太喜欢点这种东西，这个还不能点，要18等，这个3000点完全不够。这个2000可以考虑，但我觉得最重要的还是先点血吧。1500、3000，这个嘞900，那就点 生血好了，觉得先生血可能会比较好一点。这还要1500，这个也不行。那接下来就点这个好了，吸血，大概这样吧。我真的不知道还能点啥小。你看，他妈的，刚睡一觉，一堆人就生病了，妈蛋！好，我看一下，普通普通感冒1、2、3、4，这里没4，疲劳1、41、42、43，神经431，疲劳441，普通感冒541，普通感冒541，做6个，然后疲劳4个，做5个，然后刚刚还有一个，刚刚最后一个病是啥小？普通疲劳感冒神经，神经这个我一直神经这个因为我素材够了，我刚本来素材不够，我没办法救。OK， 就这样啦，这样全部都够了。好了，我先来看这里的人又怎么了啊？我这里的人都对话过了，所以我等下直接用跳的。我看一下啊，白教堂怎么一堆人生病啊？真是的不能死一死啊！死掉我的那个成就我成就就失败了啊。速度！我已经跟你讲过话了吧？你还有话题。
Have you any recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I don't believe in miracles, but it seems the epidemic has been kept at bay for a few days.
Do you need any
Yes, I do.
I'm not good.
Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
再来是谁呢？谁又生病了？找到你了。
Hello, Mr.
Hello. Yes?
I missed.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
我这个已经靠背啊，我这已经按过了。
How is Nurse Crane these days?
I don't know what you told her, what kind of deal you made, but Dorothea seems less anxious recently. Thank you for that, Dr. Reed.
How is the sanitary situation in Whitechapel?
We hold on despite the epidemic. Armed patrols have been seen in the vicinity for a few nights, but they stayed away from the dispensary.
Do you need some help?
I am very
Well, good.
他还在吗？这里我记得有一个人。还在。
Welcome back.
Good evening, Nurse.
Dorothy is all right.
That's fine with me.
What can I do for you then, Jonathan?
How is the sanitary situation in Whitechapel?
I don't know whether you have undertaken your own patrols or examinations, but local health seems stable.
How are things going in the dispensary?
The dispensary is fine, but the situation in the streets.
我有点想买 P5S。
Remember those men who attacked us the first time you came here?
Yes.
因为
Have they threatened?
看卤蛋最近在玩。
But I heard they now patrol the district every night. I even heard they chase out the sick families.
How are things going?
The dispensary is fine.
Yes. Have they threatened you?
No, but I heard they now patrol the district every night. I even heard they chase out the sick families.
这个已经问过了。
I hope you've stopped jeopardizing this facility with your illegal business.
可是P5S 玩法跟那个有闪丁很像。
But the blackmail money is too useful to stop it completely. I just target less dangerous.
也是那种街景模拟游戏。
Who is the current victim?
I would rather you did not know. You are my client, not my accomplice. Besides, I'm much more cautious since the first time you found me.
Why did you blackmail?
那有时候用说的不一定要玩啊，看到人家玩才会有觉得有兴趣啊。
I know you like her, but that gingerhead has a taste for blood.
Do you need medical help, Dorothy?
I'm a professional nurse. Rest assured, I'll ask for your help if I need it.
要先玩前传吗？
Are you not afraid of dying? The epidemic is deadly and very contagious.
I'm more afraid of being locked in a cell.
有这两个相关吗
I've seen what most hospitals do to the sick staff. They keep them hidden to avoid panic.
Do you trust me?
You forced me to resign after you caught me trying to save a dying patient. Of course I trust you. You're a blackmailer, just like me.
然后我说剧情上这两个5代这两个一定要玩吗？
Tell me about yourself, Dorothy.
There's not much to say. My real name
我
is
记得
Dorothea Krashunescu.
我记得前一代是不是2017的吗？还2016？蛮久之前。
Before you fired me.
Do you regret your time at Pembroke?
I miss the energy. There was so much to do, so much to learn. Even though I was double-crossing the board, I felt I was part of something worthwhile there.
Do you think about going back to Romania once the war is over and the epidemic here has been contained?
Jonathan, this war will be over long before you will see any improvement in Whitechapel's sanitary situation.
是啊。
Show me what.
Show me， 看一下啊。你有的东西我要买吗？我看一下啊。这个已经很少了，这个可能要买一下。麦角胺，看一下你有没有？你有复数购买。钱不够，哭啊！又要卖东西啦。看一下有什么东西，这几个好像都可以卖一卖。看一下有没有比较贵，但是数量又很多的。这个可以卖一些，这可以卖36个。OK， 这个其实可以卖一卖，因为现在已经都没有，现在都不太用普通了，卖到整数好了。OK， 买一买吧。好贵哦，算了，有需要再说。我发现有点太贵了，而且那些东西用收的都收得到，没有到现在一样。OK， 现在还有谁啊？这里还有谁啊？阿尔伯特，哦，这个看那个眼皮的，真的不知道在哪里。这里是哪里啊？ 啊，我想到了，他是不是在？哎，不在这。这里吗？哦，不是。他一种跑到这边来。
How are you?
I'm not your.
啊，就是你啦，找到你了。
Have conditions improved in Whitechapel?
I'm ready for whatever's coming.
哎，是你吗？我好像不确定。
Do you need assistance?
Please.
They...
Very.
Goodbye.
是吗？是你吗？不是，你那个光头仔啊！我记得光头仔不是跟这个人会待在一起吗？奇怪了，光头仔怎么不见了？抽，你就继续抽。
Good evening, Zhao Shu.
晚上好，Dr. Reed.
晚上好。
What are you doing with your time now that you're back in Whitechapel?
I've decided to help the poor and sick of the neighborhood by handing out medicine.
That's very charitable of you. But why do it at night?
I've noticed that the most desperate people tend to go out after dark. Hence my presence, to help them when I can.
Giving out medicine? How can you afford to do that?
I am a rich widow, Dr. Reed. My departed husband left me enough money to last the rest of my life. I can spend some on those who don't have any.
Why don't you move to a better neighborhood?
I thought about it, I confess. To go back to the same empty home every day still hurts me a lot.
Why stay here then?
I am a woman of habit, Dr. Reed. And for now, I am happier being useful in a familiar place than I would be anywhere else.
How do you feel now that you're back in Whitechapel?
I've decided to follow your advice, sir. I won't forget the dead, but my efforts will be for the living.
Do be careful. These streets can be as dangerous as that terrible place where we first met.
That's true. And maybe it's the best reason to help people around here.
Do you still think about your departed husband?
Of course I do. I'll never forget my beloved Matthew, but how do I put it? Now I miss him more than I want him back.
I know what you mean. And I think it means you're getting better.
Maybe death will take me the way it took Matthew. Without warning and without mercy. But until then, I live on.
Goodbye.
Take a look. Don't be afraid.
Good evening.
Shane.
Do you need any...
It's... for...
Good.
Good evening.
Do you need...
That would be nice.
If you...
Thank you.
Good.
Your money. Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay me.
The West End. Never have I felt so sad to be back home.
Easy does it, boys. What you do with this? Watch it! It's a killer!
The Ascalon Club, the heart of the British Vampire Society. Not quite as subtle as I expected.
Good evening, miss.
Oh my god, no. Please, Mr. Vampire, don't kill me. Please, no. I'm too young to die. I still have so much to offer this world.
Wait, no. Why do you think I would... What?
Don't worry, Dr. Reed. I know you wouldn't harm me. Mother told me you were in this part of town and might drop by.
Your mother?
My name is Charlotte, sir. Charlotte Ashbury. My mother taught me long ago how to recognize the signs that betray a vampire.
I understand she also taught you how to tease and gently mock innocent young Ekons. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Charlotte. What do you think about this part of town?
I was raised here, and I suppose it feels like home. You grew up in this part of town too, did you not?
Yes, I was born a few streets away.
A small world, is it not? Did you ever imagine that my mother was your neighbor all that time? That you could have met her in a dark alley at night?
You won't trick me twice, young lady. We both know Lady Ashbury never hunts or attacks prey at random.
Come on, Doctor. Don't tell me you never thought about that possibility. Her fangs on your neck. Oh, are you blushing, Dr. Reed?
Is there something that's bothering you?
Too much selfishness and individualism for my taste. Even when there was no epidemic.
Even if that's partly true, may I remind you that many charitable institutions are financed by the selfish and filthy rich.
I suppose you're right. But society must reform and renew itself, or we are all done for.
Tell me about your adoption.
What do you want to know?
Who are your real parents?
Elizabeth Ashbury is my real mother. She raised me and has taken care of me all my life. I have no idea who my progenitors are or were.
Do you live with her?
I still spend a lot of time in my mother's mansion, but I have my own house now. I have a life to live, you see. And one day, I'll have my death to face.
How did you meet Lady Ashbury?
First, I was an orphan in the institution for girls she manages in the West End. When I was 10, she adopted me, and I have lived with her ever since.
Did you know she was a vampire when she picked you?
The correct word is Ekon, Doctor. And no, I had no idea why my mother only showed up at night. She told me everything when I turned 16, though I suspected the truth for a long time before that.
What are you doing out here?
You mean, what do I do outside at night since I am a woman? Let me ask you a question, sir. Would you ask the same question of a man?
Actually, yes. I ask the same question to everyone who dares to go outside at night, considering the risks.
Well, if you must know, I campaign for the right to vote for all women. Why should I wait to the age of 30 years when men can vote at 21?
Are you a suffragette, then? Oh, you really are Elizabeth's girl. Without a doubt.
All adult women have the right to vote in the US, in New Zealand, and in Australia. But women here can't vote unless they are property owners.
No need to convince me, Miss Charlotte. I have shared your opinion for a long time. Even before I met Emmeline Pankhurst.
Really? Oh. Now I see why my mother appreciates you so much. Too bad there aren't more men like you in the vicinity.
How are the locals reacting to your claims?
People here can't wait for a wall to be built to isolate the West End from the rest of town. That's how progressive they are. If this happens, Emily and I will blow it up.
Explosives are very dangerous, young lady. And who is this Emily?
She is my best friend, and a suffragette too. She was supposed to campaign with me tonight, but hasn't turned up.
Have you any reason to be worried about her?
Recently, Emily started to believe in... well, she got interested in vampires. I'm afraid she might be in trouble.
Let me guess. You spoke to her about us, didn't you? Despite your mother's warning. I think I should try to find your friend.
Oh, that would be top-notch. I can tell you where she might have gone. You have my thanks, Dr. Reed. And please, don't tell my mother.
What exactly has your mother told you about me?
Your name and profession, obviously. And the mystery about your maker. I'm sorry to hear about what happened to your sister, sir. Mother says it was not your fault.
Does it not scare you to know what I am? What your mother is?
Why should it? My mother is the most compassionate woman. Must I be wary of her, Dr. Reed? Or you?
Perhaps it's wise for a mortal never to totally trust a vampire. Your mother herself told me that we Ekon are creatures of deception. Maybe it's because we seem so... alive.
That may be true for a naive girl. But I have the best teacher when it comes to getting rid of an insistent immortal.
Your mother is not like any other vampire I've met.
I believe she thinks the same about you, Dr. Reed.
Do you know why Lady Ashbury chose you to become her daughter?
No, I don't. Each time I ask her that question, she smiles and says it's precisely because I dare to ask such questions.
Do you ever regret that she chose you?
Of course not. Though I often wonder if she adopted others before me. If so, where are they buried? How was it for them to pass through life with a never-aging mother?
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite busy these last few nights. I suspect you may see her before me.
It's locked, all right.
Please, sir.
Good evening, sir. Please forgive me for disturbing you. I'm a doctor.
I never judge a man by his title, but by his attitude. And you are not disturbing me at all. I am Calhoun Russell, and I welcome you.
Well, I must admit it's good to receive a warm welcome for once. I'm Jonathan Reed.
Welcome, Dr. Reed. Welcome to my humble shop.
How is the situation in this part of town?
Life is good and peaceful. We're lucky to live in such an era of progress and wonders.
Are you not concerned about the epidemic?
Oh, I'm sure the authorities would take the appropriate measure if the danger were that high.
I'm afraid the newspapers are seriously underestimating the situation. Things are critical, believe me.
Well, that's news then. But I can't believe that things are that bad. Are you sure you're not exaggerating a bit? For the thrill of it?
What can you tell me about this place?
I recently found the best steak and kidney pie in the city. I'd be glad to share the address if you want.
Finding a good restaurant? Is that really all that interests you?
Oh, I have many passions, but nothing brings me ecstasy like subtle and exquisite flavors from my teeth to my belly.
I must confess, I have quite specific tastes when it comes to nutrition.
Really? Well, I'm always happy to try new exotic meals. If you ever find an intriguing table, please share the address.
Is it not a little too late to be trading?
On the contrary, it is the perfect hour. Believe me, my friend, it is always at night that you meet the most fascinating characters.
But what about the epidemic? The bombs and raids? And all the random violence?
Please, sir, this is London, England. We will prevail. And if a bomb must fall on my shop, then I'll be there to hear it falling.
So you prefer to work at night?
Oh, I also enjoy a sunny day like everybody else. But the night always has a certain je ne sais quoi of its own.
Do you have any family nearby?
Not since my parents died. I'm London's lone gourmet.
Really? But you seem to be such a pleasant and sociable fellow.
I'm afraid the real hedonist has to be sometimes. I discovered ecstasy as a solitary pleasure, but it does not mean it can't ever be shared.
London's lone gourmet. What a strange title.
I used that name in my early years when I was a food critic, and I kept it.
I may have a look at your goods, Mr. Russell. I'm...
上个厕所。Okay.
Have you noticed?
Good evening, sir. May I have your attention, please?
Come on, Johnny. Don't you recognize your oldest friend?
Clarence. Clarence Crossley. How are you? My God. So you survived the war too. So sorry I didn't recognize you at first.
I almost didn't recognize you either.
War does that to men, I heard. In my case, it was true, for I witnessed the horror that lies underneath.
When did you escape the war and return to London?
You know what's funny? I almost never think about the war. Not anymore. I'm involved in another kind of battle now.
I know what you mean. I haven't had much time to think about the war either since my return.
Of course. With the epidemic, I bet you've been busy as well. Forgive me, Johnny, I didn't want to sound selfish.
What is this new battle?
Well, I saw terrible things during the war. Horrors I thought I'd forget. They're here too. They're everywhere. Vampires.
How is your wife, Venus?
We've spent so much time away from each other. So many things have happened.
But you're alive. You returned in one piece and you have a family. How many soldiers can say the same?
Believe me, it's not quite that simple. Unlike you, I'm not the man I used to be.
Is everything all right at home? Surely Venus was relieved to see you return from France in one piece.
Have you forgot what people are like in this part of town, Johnny? Venus fears for our family reputation. Now her husband has become the village idiot.
Do you need medical assistance, Clarence?
It's a little late for visiting hours, don't you think?
What can I say? I haven't lost my old habits.
I hope we're talking about the same habits, old friend.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep. Hello? Is anyone there?
Jonathan, is that you? I did not know you were back in London. Oh, my dear Johnny, I'm so sorry for your loss. Mary was such a sweetheart.
Thank you, Venus. May I come in?
I was going to bed, actually.
Forgive me. With the epidemic, I tend to forget people are supposed to sleep at night.
I'll tell you what. Come back tomorrow for tea. I'll be glad to see you then.
Good evening, miss. Can I help you? I'm a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
I am Karina Billow. I don't need any doctor. The rats. Where are the rats?
Miss, you don't seem well at all. Are you afraid of rats? Has one bitten you?
No, it's me who bites them. Tasty, juicy, disgusting rats. I can't stop eating them. Help me, please. Help me to disobey the voice.
What happened to you?
The rats. The answer hides in their little crunchy bones. Their juicy, tiny brains.
Miss Billow, please, try to concentrate. Why do you worry about rats so much?
The voice in my head. He forces me to do so. Drink their blood, he said. Eat their flesh.
Do you feel compelled to obey that voice, Miss Billow? Even if you're loath to submit to it?
Yes. Please. Help.
Tell me about the voice in your head. Who is it? Can you describe it? Is it someone you know? Someone you met?
Keep your mouth shut, he said. Don't ever speak about me, or I'll abandon you. Help me, please, Doctor.
Tell me about yourself, Miss Billow. What do you do for a living?
I'm hungry. Need to eat. Have you got something for me? Blood, perhaps? Can you give me blood, Dr. Reed?
Don't you remember who you are, miss? What you did for work?
I was strong, proud. I campaigned for good causes. But that was before. Before. It does not matter anymore. I'm so hungry.
What is the local news hereabouts, Miss Billow?
Shadows. Shadows hunting shadows. Whispers in the dark. Pestilence. Suffering. Death.
I must go now. Goodbye, Miss Billow.
I cannot enter.
因为它没有繁体啊，不然你以为啊？它只有做简体，没有做繁体啊。
Good evening, Avery.
Mr. Jonathan, I can't believe my own eyes. Oh, it's a miracle. We all thought you were... Oh, sir, your poor sister. What a tragedy.
I know, Avery. I know about my sister's murder.
Miss Reed expected you to return to assist with the funeral, right up until the last minute. Where have you been, Mr. Jonathan? We needed you here.
How is my mother?
Not well, I'm afraid, sir. Miss Reed is very fragile since the police brought her back home.
The police? What happened?
Miss Reed was found walking in the streets. She kept saying she had spoken with her son and daughter. She's resting now.
Has she received appropriate medical care?
I'm taking care of Miss Reed myself. Hospitals are so overwhelmed by the epidemic that they can only accept patients infected by influenza.
Perhaps we could arrange a short trip. Somewhere sunny, like France. She has always been very fond of France. I think leaving London could do her good.
I'm afraid Miss Reed is too frail for the moment. Recently, she started going out at night without remembering it. I have to watch her carefully.
What is the situation in this part of town?
For a time, the West End seemed spared by the epidemic. But the situation is getting much worse.
Have you no relatives anywhere? I'll understand if you want to take a few days to see family.
Your father managed to guarantee my earnings as long as I take care of this house, sir. My sisters are dead, and I've never met my nephews. I'll stay, sir.
I'm sorry I could not be here for Mary's funeral.
Your mother was strong, sir, but your support would have been appreciated. Apart from the priest and I, no one else attended your sister's funeral.
To be present at the funeral with you both was my dearest wish, Avery. But I am sorry, I simply could not attend.
I would not dare to question your absence, Mr. Jonathan. All I can say is that we missed you a great deal during these difficult days.
Tell me the truth, Avery. Do you feel forced to stay here? Would you leave this house without the arrangement made by my father?
No, sir. I have nowhere else to go. And I promised your father I'd take care of his family as long as I live.
This house is dead, Avery. There is a curse on this family. You really should consider leaving.
If only you could have been here sooner or more often. Maybe this house would not be that empty. But you're here now, sir. So my task is not over.
You have served this family extremely well, Avery. Your support during these terrible times is much appreciated.
Then I will stay. All I ask is that you take care of my own funeral if I die before the end of the epidemic. No mass grave, please, sir.
Tell me,
no, sir.
This you have.
Then I will.
You really think I don't take enough care of my mother, Avery?
Yes, I do, Mr. Jonathan.
You clearly have something more to say. Speak your mind, Avery.
I know you work hard to help the sick, but what will you do once the epidemic is over?
My home is here, and I have nowhere else to go. But this house will need some improvements if I move here. Some radical changes.
That's good news. Whatever changes you have in mind, I'm sure we will find an arrangement that suits your mother also.
Goodbye, Avery. Please watch over my mother until I return.
Of course, Mr. Jonathan. But please return as soon as possible.
这游戏是真的还好啦，没有什么不太值得，不太值得玩啊，感觉。我那时候是想说这个题材不错，啊靠腰嘞，啊他在2楼，啊这个地方没地方上，没有地方上2楼，还是这里只是一个小地方而已。 哦，看到看到，啊，这里啦，这里啦，哎呦，自己家里蛮多东西可以拿的、啊，都拿一拿，都拿一拿。家里有什么东西都拿一拿， 反正都是我的。家里的东西就是我的。啊，现在进不去哦，不能见我妈。这里是哦，这里是我家。哇，我家好漂亮。啊，那什么鬼游戏啊？3个。好吧，你开心就好。哇哦！我家后面怎么那么吵？再来升级一下好了，反正哎不行啊，现在不能再睡了，现在生病的人一堆了，不能再睡了。不升了，不升了，我相信我可以用这些等级。其实我不知道这个 T 是什么意思，它在哪里啊？我怎么看到有人在讲话？29等。哦，你怎么会放屁啊？呜！哦，我画面怎么了？为什么你会放屁啊？你屁屁男是不是？哎，我怎么快被毒死啦？哇，你会真正会错赛。再一次。哎，他怎么这是哦来了？别乱放屁啊！哦，你每顺一次都会放屁啊！嘿，不要乱放屁啊！靠腰啊！哇，他摸一下很痛哎、哦他，你在干嘛？太扯了吧！喂，摸一下也太痛了吧！干，需要补一下。差点就摸到了。太难打了吧！我都问号。这越的也哦，你在这。他还在哪里啊？哦，上面。吸血鬼，同类吸血鬼。 哎，看按错。不。哦。你。哦，为什么你会瞬移呀？哎，靠背。哦。哦，哎，不行啊，太扯了啦！因为我放大招哎。喂，没体力啦！哦，好痛哦！啊，哎，我一下体力，太痛了吧！太扯了吧！好痛啊！Somebody help me！ 先拿东西再说。Okay.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Do you need help?
I think I'm fine. But what happened to my jailer? Be careful. He's as vicious as he is strong.
You don't have to worry about him anymore. What happened here?
I am Tadao Kimura. I was imprisoned by this
Japanese
for several days. I thought I was going to die here.
You're not going to die now, Mr. Kimura. If you hurry, you should be able to get home safely.
It seems that I owe you my life. You have all my gratitude, Dr. Reed, since it is the most precious thing I possess.
啊，你怎么没有画？
Goodbye, Mr. Kimura. Take care.
看，怎么还是敌人啊？给点生路吧。看一下这里还有多少人？2、4、6、8，这里还有8个人。看一下这里之后是谁？我觉得先解主线好了。这里怎么？这里怎么是别的地方啊？哎，哦，先回我家。这里的人我都找完了吗？好像差不多了。好，那就解主线啦。这应该没藏东西吧？
Do you know where you are standing right now?
In front of the Ascalon Club, I presume.
The Ascalon Club only summons or ostracizes. What is your business tonight?
I received an invitation. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Welcome to the Ascalon Club, then, Dr. Reed. Please proceed. Lord Redgrave is waiting on you upstairs.
There has been quite a battle here.
谁管你战不战斗？先收刮再
Surely
说。
Ascalon Club has the money to replace the furniture.
你家有什么东西拿过来啊？哎，靠腰啊！这里是去哪里啊？哦，这里是后门啊。哦，优质匕首。哎呦，哎呦，你有钱嘛？妈的，地下室的钥匙就直接放在这边，随手可得了。哦。哦，加很多东西哦，加，哎呦，哎呦，加很丰富哦。好，没了。我要看一下这个是什么啊？优质小刀10，好像这个好像不太好。还是晕眩比较重要啊。吸血其实还好，而且它那个血吸太少，倒不如不要吸。
Good evening.
My good friends, if I may have your attention. Behold our visitor, the good Dr. Reed. Newborn of blood so pure and strong that even my friend Fergal Bansher was no match for him.
Here, here, here.
Come forward, young Ekon, for we have so much to discuss. Welcome to the Ascalon Club, Dr. Reed. I am Lord Redgrave, Earl of Bristol and chairman of this exclusive association.
Lord Redgrave.
At last we meet. I've been eager to make your acquaintance. I've heard some astounding things about you. Please accept my condolences for your loss, Dr. Reed.
Thank you, my lord. Lady Ashbury expressed your wish to meet me.
Yes. The lady has always been a useful acquaintance, though not always reliable. Is she a good friend of yours?
干，这种，等我一下。 这种很靠背、欸。好像不会影响。
She's a close friend, and I'm honored that she feels the same about me.
The centuries have taught me never to trust a woman completely, especially if she is immortal. Too prone to emotions, if you ask me. Too fickle when it comes to important decisions.
My lord, do not expect me to speak ill of Lady Ashbury.
Of course not, and I praise your loyalty. Would you offer the same fidelity to the Empire?
What do you mean?
I speak of the Skull Plague that threatens London and the country. You have been on the front line in the East End, but the time has come to open up a second front here.
The epidemic has escaped the quarantine. You have new cases of the outbreak.
We don't know for certain, but we cannot allow the disease to threaten the prominent heads of Great Britain.
Why do you suddenly need me?
The Ascalon Club only recruits the best, and you definitely fit the bill. Your scientific and medical reputation alone would qualify you as a candidate.
You want me to find possible sources of the outbreak in the West End? Is that it?
Ah, straight to the point, like all eager newborns. We shall have time to talk about all this, Dr. Reed, but first, I should like to get to know you better.
Talk? Is that the only reason you asked me here?
Well, no. I also wanted to meet the intriguing Ekon who made such a powerful progeny of his sister. You have not learned the name of your maker, am I correct?
No, I haven't.
Have no embarrassment, Dr. Reed. We all make mistakes. But whatever your lineage, you are definitely Ascalon material.
What do you mean?
I would like you to become a member of the Ascalon Club, and to serve me as such.
Before I accept, I have so many questions.
Please ask.
What does it mean to be a member of the Ascalon Club?
It means that you swear to protect the interests of the Crown, that you become a loyal servant of the British Empire.
Do you have any official recognition from the government? A charter from His Majesty the King?
No. Of course, the Ascalon Club publicly supports the Empire, but the true nature of its members remains a secret.
Am I supposed to follow orders?
As founder and chairman of the club, I alone am entitled to make demands of our members, and I do appreciate obedience.
What is the Ascalon Club's express purpose?
We follow the credo of William Marshall, the greatest knight who ever lived. As was he, we are sworn to protect the British Empire.
What does Ascalon mean?
Ascalon was the lance wielded by St. George, glorious patron saint of England when he slew the dragon. And like that lance, we pierce the hearts of all our nation's enemies.
William Marshall founded the Ascalon Club.
Not exactly. William Marshall granted me immortality, and I founded the club a few years later. The good knight has been gone for so long.
I killed Fergal, who claimed to be one of yours, sent to cleanse the East End of all skulls. Will his death be an issue?
Do not worry. My priorities have changed. Fergal was a zealous servant of mine, but like any servant, he had his limitations and is readily replaced if necessary.
我只能同意呀。
I agree to join the club.
This is good news. Good news indeed in these crucial times. Let's inform the Assembly formally and proceed with your initiation.
My initiation?
Fear not. Nothing fancy nor dangerous. It is just that we, the members of Ascalon, believe that tradition and custom are the backbone of this country. My fellow members, dear friends, please gather and welcome this Ekon as one of our own.
Is he worthy? Is his blood pure?
Well, speak, Dr. Reed, in front of the most sacred blood. The blood of our beloved William Marshall, speak now. Will you serve and protect the crown as he did?
Yes, I will.
Then, young Ekon, it is time to testify with your blood. It is time to sign the Book of Allegiance. I know it's awfully gothic and a tad pedantic, but England's traditions are the backbone of our nation.
啊！竟然是用自己的血写，真恶。看，你只是纯粹用铅笔刺，然后结果你最后还把人家血喝掉。
One of us. One of us.
好啦，这里有东西可以偷吗？哎，哦，这里开门了。我希望这些，一看就知道不是了。可恶，我还以为这2、4、6这8个人，这里会有几个人？
Good evening, Dr. Reed. How does it feel to be this evening's centerpiece? Figuratively.
I feel perfectly fine. Do I have cause for concern?
Do not be alarmed. The Ascalon Club has a tried and tested policy for choosing its initiates.
May I ask who you are, sir?
Why would you be interested?
Well, as you seem to be the only man in the room with a beating heart, you draw quite a bit of attention yourself.
Ah, vampire senses never cease to fascinate me. They dwarf those of mere mortals. I am Aloysius Dawson, by the way.
Are you a member of the club?
Yes, I am. And I have been for many years. And will be until the day I die.
What can you tell me about it?
It's not really my place to give you such information. I am merely a mortal member, and a dying one at that.
Are you sick?
Personally, I consider my advancing years are a sickness in itself. My body is slowly abandoning me, Dr. Reed.
Are you not afraid? You are surrounded by vampires.
Sir, it's for that very reason that I joined the club in the first place.
Is not the nature of this club a secret, shared by only a privileged few?
My dear Dr. Reed, I have spent years and a fortune precisely to gather that kind of information.
So you asked for membership?
I have been a member of many clubs in many countries. But I must admit, this one is my favorite.
What can you tell me about Lord Redgrave?
I would not dare speak of our chairman without his consent.
Mr. Dawson, of Dawson and Dawson, the wealthiest man in England. It is a pleasure to meet such a prominent figure of London.
A withering London figurehead, to be precise.
Are you sick, Mr. Dawson? I am a doctor, you know.
My case is beyond the scope of traditional medicine. I have spent fortunes on the world's most competent doctors to arrive at that diagnostic conclusion.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
Should I suppose that you're here in search of some form of immortality?
Absolutely not. I'm here to implement my plan to save the city I was born in. To cast out the ghastly evil that has us all on our knees.
话很多哎。
I should not say this, but I admire their commitment. This is what the nation needs right now.
But they are our enemies.
They are not mine, Dr. Reed.
Would you help them?
No. There is a time for such methods. But brute force will not be enough to fight this plague. We have to think differently.
What is the situation like in this part of town?
I am sure Lord Redgrave will enlighten you more effectively than I.
Money cannot solve every problem. This mysterious epidemic is going to require more than money can buy.
You're right. Money is nothing unless one has the will to wield it. I have a plan, sir. A radical one that will save all that is essential in London.
What is your plan, then?
Quarantine and barricades are futile. What we need is a wall. A formidable, unscalable wall to isolate the deserving from the infected masses.
God.
By doing so, you would create two separate ghettos. What if the disease gets past the wall? The results would be disastrous.
Not if we eliminate all suspected cases of infection as soon as they appear. A necessary sacrifice.
Are you not mistaking sacrifice for summary execution?
Why do you care? Are you not a vampire? Removed from all mortal concerns? Decisiveness is what the city needs, and it needs it now.
哦，其他人不能讲话，那还好。
That went well, did it not? It is always useful to bolster the troops.
这个人很像那个
especially before a difficult battle.
老年版的雪之国领主。
Very long ago. Well, not quite a general, but a proud defender of the crown.
So why did you really want to meet me?
Straight to the point again, young Ekon. All right, let's talk, you and I, Lance Sparrow.
I'm listening, my lord.
According to my spies, you have worked with Dr. Edgar Swansea on the epidemic, and your findings were quite alarming.
Do you know Edgar Swansea?
Not personally, but I've been told he has some sort of immortal fetish and is a good friend of yours.
Does it bother you that I consider him my good friend?
As long as you reveal nothing of the club's inner workings, why should I forbid you engaging in conversation with the good Dr. Swansea?
You were spying on me?
Not personally. I rarely leave this building. But once he found you, Fergal kept me informed. Until you put an end to his mission.
Who was Fergal? I don't see him sipping tea with the others in the club.
Fergal Banshire was my squire of sorts. Even before becoming that magnificent beast, he was a brute. He served me well for decades.
No, I mean, what was he? He was clearly no ordinary vampire.
No, he was a Volcod, all muscles and instinct. Quite the rare breed, ferociously territorial. Mortals often mistake them for werewolves.
You do know I killed him?
Yes.
Will you bear ill will towards me for his death?
Of course not. Your victory was quite impressive and courageous. You earned my respect.
Yes, I'm convinced the recent invasion of frenzied skulls in London is directly linked to the epidemic. This is not the Spanish flu, but something else.
I would be glad to hear more of your discoveries, Dr. Reed, but for now, my main concern is the security of London's inhabitants, both mortal and immortal.
What do you mean?
Alarmed by the epidemic, the Guard of Prewen has started a war against us British vampires. To appease the situation, we must eradicate the skulls.
Skulls are hostile vectors of contagion. That is a fact. But first and foremost, they are victims.
I agree, Dr. Reed. Most of the new Skulls who roam the streets at night used to be good British citizens. But they must be put down nevertheless.
So, what do you want me to do?
I want you to investigate the city thoroughly. I have reason to fear there are cases of contagion in this part of town. Our absolute priority is to find and cleanse them.
And how would you like me to proceed?
By all means necessary, Dr. Reed. You are now a member of the Ascalon Club and you have carte blanche. Interrogate the locals, follow all the leads you find, and get results.
Oh.
Welcome to the Ascalon.
哎呀，嗨呀，嗨呀！
I think Lord Redgrave just suggested I was sired by an ancient vampire. That building is under quarantine. Could this be what I'm looking for?
哪一栋啊？这一栋吗？我靠！这里不要这么可怕好不好？哦！太扯了吧！哎，怎么会喷毒啊？不是吧？哎，你怎么？你不要乱喷毒啊！快点解决啊！干！太可怕了！靠！干，太难打了吧！太痛了吧！你这怎样啊？太扯了吧！痛死了！不行啊，这太扯了！我没中，少一次啊。 嘿。啊！太痛，太硬了吧！打这个打到民国几年啊？嗯？我要去哪里啊？感觉不在这。哦，这里是吗？哦，这里啊。为什么会这里突然卡卡？死缠烂打之术。看，不要乱喷，不要乱喷毒啊！死缠烂打之术，不要乱！什么时候又多了一只？不要乱喷，不要乱放屁！看按到了，干你娘嘞！看，不行了！干你怎么不要乱放屁呀！干！干！他那个毒真靠背。哎呀，西吧。从哪里开始啊？哦，从这里开始哦。我要先杀你，不管。快点，快点，快点，快点！你别再靠腰了。快，要爆炸了！你娘嘞！为什么还有一个人声音啊？我看你是没被，这么痒哦，比我想象中的痒太多了吧？ 哎，这也是刚刚的那边的1楼是吧？怎么有人在吵架？哦，哇，哎呦，很猛哎！嗯，我靠腰，这是 BOSS 战！哇！哎，等一下，我不知道。哎，你是会放屁的，干！女的要先打，女的会放屁。哎，靠腰！哎，看不到。干，女的会放屁呀！操！女的放屁很难打哎。哎，不能干！他那个，哎，他每顺你一次都放一次，而且这个还是会留在地图上的。我干你娘！哎，不要！太扯了！哎！哦，错菜！看，这很难打哎。从哪里开始啊？哦，从这里开始。我需要。干你娘嘞！干你娘！干！太毒了！我没有，我那个鲜血没有满啊，没有鲜血没有满，难打哎。这也太越了吧！这到后期都这么越的吗？我看一下我们还有没有水可以喝。哦，我都没水了。我的那个鲜血值要先，不然我知道了，那就先这样吧。好，够了。干！他妈，你每次都放屁！啊，干你！忘记了。哦， 靠腰，这样，放屁呀！不要乱，喂，行啊，不要再放了。但那个毒性很久我被屁卡，我被卡墙啊！靠腰啊！不要乱放屁啊！有时候它都不会自动瞄准我咬你咬屁！不要啊！又放屁！干！干！我要直接杀你！吓我一跳！快点啊，老婆赶快死一死啊！杀一下！不要打！干你啊！睡！哦，这样还比较轻松一点。干！哦，我以为是他老婆死了之后，他血变多，结果是，干你啊！原来是他吸了我一口血之后，血就变多了。干！他妈，你打3下我就快死了干！干！不行！放大。
I've never seen such a radical mutation. Could it be a new stage in the disease's evolution? So the husband had an affair with Doris Fletcher.
好累呀！靠腰啊！不是吧？才刚杀完而已。我开门就遇到独孤 现在要重打吗？不用吧，打完了吧？哦，好险！不要，就决定要用困难丸来调难度。啊，他们都死了，为什么还有他们的声音啊？哎我，哎，一定要打完哎！我现在没办法瞬移。哎。快点！哦！干！你也是独孤？干！我要死了啦！怎么有2只独孤啊？我干你娘嘞！你真的干！我哭啊！我现在出不去了。他们都已经死了，为什么刚刚还有他们的声音啊？这是 bug 吗？跟他们还会吵架、欸，他们他们会复活哎、欸！所以，哎，靠腰啊！为什么？是我刚刚有打赢吗？这样有刚刚是有打赢吗？等一下，先打这个。哎，干！我刚刚到底有没有打赢啊？这样到底算不算打赢啊？我先放大局。哎，为什么无效啊？干！为什么？哎，大绝无效是怎样？哦，哎，我不知道这游戏的 BOSS 会不会复活哎、靠腰！靠腰！被看！别靠我腰啊！哦！靠！你也飞太远了吧？哎！哎！我干！怎么又被吸了？我操嘞！为什么会无效啊？为什么大绝变无效啊？ 哦，干你娘嘞！干你娘嘞！哎，你怎么敲那边啊？哦，哎，唉，干你娘嘞！我不打了，太干！我操！我到底有没有完成任务啊？好像有，又好像没有。干你娘！你别闹！你别闹！让我打死他！干！哇！我陷入了一个死胡同了，我进不去也离不开了。干你娘！光这个就已经够吃。干你娘！不要！快点啊！让我吸一下。干你娘！哦！哎，你怎么抵抗？哎，太痛了啦！哎，哦，闪人了！等一下，这里怎么还有一只啊？这只应该可以不用管吧？
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual?
Not really. Wait, now that you mention it, I don't see the McPhersons in my favorite restaurants. They love delicate meals too, you understand?
Thank you. It may be nothing, but I'll investigate anyway. Where do they live?
They have a house in the southern part of the district, somewhere north of the railway bridge. There is a courtyard, if I remember rightly.
I may have a...
普通。这个我可能要找一下，他好像快死了，不然我的成就会失败啊。 但是我找不到他在哪里啊。白教堂，那我去白教堂看一下啊。我晚点再回来。我靠，这里怎么还有敌人啊？可是傻小，为什么地图？哎，这里就是哦，幸好你不会，我先找到那个人啊，他快死掉了，我怕我这一睡他就死了，因为我现在想点个技能，可是我怕我点了，我怕我睡，因为他现在已经那个已经自己人。这已经是因为他那个感染程度好像已经到上限了，我怕他到3个了，但是我不知道他的实际的那个程度有没有差别，但我怎么感觉他已经快死了？也不知道他到底在哪里啊？我怎么会找不到这个人？这里已经是打架的地方了。他叫什么名字啊？找一下，梅森，失望博路。终究还是要靠网络的力量。卖花女旁边铁门，哦，这个哦，然后左手边有门开进去。左手边看起来不像有门啊。2只吸血鬼，太扯了！干！干你！干你怎么按你攻击啊？你 妈的，这样就中。哎，哎，哎呦！看他影子，我买修。然后，半路左手边有门开进去，他在2楼。铁门打开之后，半路左手边有铁门上2楼。这个吗？啊，这个啦！啊，这个啦！对哦，我想起来了啊，他在这里啦。
Good evening, Mr. Swanborough.
Is it you, Doc? Tell me, how do you see the world?
你快死啦
What can I do?
You seem unwell, sir. Do you need my assistance?
Actually, I feel worse than usual. Can you give me something?
Yes. I can give you a little something that has been proven effective.
Thank you, Doctor.
I found another page of the diary, Mr. Swanborough.
This diary is still not complete. The man who wrote it claims he is a member of some scholarly brotherhood called the St. Paul's Stole.
Really? I've heard of them. Very capable scientists. Perhaps the man who wrote this really found a cure.
I would need more pages to figure it out, but it's as promising as it is intriguing.
Goodbye.
Wandering in this part of town at night, you're either brave or a fool.
哎，你怎么还没死啊？哦，啊！不想跟你打啊。好，这里的人都安全了，在这里不需要。哇，这里怎么一定要死？我觉得，慢慢来，慢慢来。
Come on, Barrett, you
哎，走左边。
peace of mind. Can't you just look the other way this week, Joe? Come on, we this.
我要点那个了啦，我要点那个可以挡3下的那个血盾。所以那个 BOSS 可以洗哦。如果可以的话，我就继续打，我就继续洗那个就好了。我觉得现在我已经感觉到，我已经感受到血盾的重要了。我需要它可以挡3下，我觉得太重要了。这个还不能点，这个绝技还不能点，这个1500，这1500，这个好了，你可以再多摇一点。好，就这样吧。我已经觉得可以挡3下攻击是一件很重要的事了。OK， 好，看一下哦，又有谁受伤了？普通1，普通2、3、4，这也没事。4 五个感冒，5个感冒做6个。差2个，这可以嘞！哦，完成成就了。5点鲜血值，其实5点到底多多我不知道哎，那个真的很多吗？如果没有的话，我倒不如不要点那个。而且鲜血我用吸来比较快，我讲真的，我还是选这个好了。那我根本不知道它的5点鲜血值到底是多多，占几分之几，我根本不知道。这个的话差2个优质零件，去看一下商人有没有卖。色情游戏啊，玩爽爽，玩爽爽。
Fancy buy? You never. Right.
刚好，他刚好那个，他刚好重置那个，可以再做高级的。这是什么？鲜血值，晕眩比较重要，鲜血值倒还好。拜拜。那不然我今天也到这啦。说实在，这个要开6个小时，真的很烧哎、不是很烧电脑，我的头豆叶疼。就很无聊啊，我有什么办法？啊，不然我今天也到这啊，我去进去里面做结束啊。唉，现在明天也很累耶，我觉得这应该已经快了，这游戏6章节而已。现在已经第4章了，其实还蛮短的。说实在话，应该认真跑主线，应该很快就结束了。好了，我今天也到这，我不行了，累死。勇者斗恶龙，再考虑好不好？再考虑一下啦。我现在还有很多要玩呢。好了，我再看看啦，我蛮多要玩的。你看我的游戏顺序，再加上我说我要买 P5S， 然后我之后还要买那个叫什么？绯红节系，绯红节季。那你要说现在又要我买勇者斗恶龙，我那么多游戏要玩。再看看啦。 哦，再看看啦，再看看啦，再看看啦。好啦，拜拜拜拜，明天继续，拜拜拜拜。